Well, hello. What are we going to get up to today? So, I have been deeply frustrated by this framework lately, past couple days. But we're going to try one more approach to the intermittently missing things. In preparation for that, intermittently missing connection. Yeah, these all wrong, right? Yesterday, we proved that by debugging or by printing the output being run through, that is correct, and it's getting lost somewhere between, pardon me, there and the UI rendering it, right? So I was thinking about it a little bit yesterday after stream. While I was making dinner, I was thinking about, we have a number of different places where we update things, and maybe we need to be a little bit more specific about what we are updating, right? So here we update the form container and the expander. I don't think we want to do form container here. Actually, maybe that is correct. When we build this, let's go double check here. Hoopingy. Oh, just junk mail. It's back to the work week, so I gotta make sure. Check my notifications. So where we build the connection edit widgets is where we put form container in, which is this new frame that goes inside of the transit container. So yeah, we probably don't want to update form container here. We're going to want to update everything. And we also did update expander, which we also probably don't want. So what we're going to do, we're going to bring back this idea that we had sort of poked down the road of yesterday, where we're going to store this, and we're going to put it in when we do connection table frame. Actually, I like that better. Connection table frame. We're going to put this into the edit bar to see. Oh, right. Connection table is fine for that. Where we create it, dot connection table equals new frame. We're also going to bring back, this updater might be okay. We're going to take out that set visibility though. We're going to bring back that idea as well in a second. But first we're going to want to table frame connection edit widget. The That's right. We moved this up before while we were trying to figure out this. This right here needs to... Oh, it doesn't have... Doesn't have that. Form container. Let's just try updating form container, because that should contain expander. Maybe we can still get away with that. That's gonna fire in the on click mostly anyway. This, we took out the set visibility because this needs to be... Actually, expander button goes outside of form container. Is it right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. Form container is the thing that goes inside under the expander button that we hide or don't. That's good. This needs to be the inverse of states dot or state dot expanded. So if it is expanded, then it is not invisible. We're going to bring that idea back. Cow. Okay, yeah, that's not important right now either. The other thing... Actually, table frame... So if we do that, then it gets set whenever we reconstruct this widget. The other thing is, let's look for our update stuff. This doesn't need to be frame. This needs to be form parent. Double check that. No, that's just the... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the internal frame that's the middle, basically. So that's fine. And then the buttons need to be updated on this as well to make sure that we have or do not have edit buttons, right? So that should trigger this all to be checked, I believe. Buttons is button container. So we do that. We're going to also check... Well, let's go back to what I was... Let's go back to the search method. That's going to be our best bet, I think. That's commented up for now. That's fine. That's good. Frame updates. This is on set selected tile. This should only be form parent and buttons updates. That's going to trigger both the tile and the connections to be updated, which is probably correct if we're selecting a tile. that calls ultimately set selected tile still, so that should get updated. Same with this. As long as we come in here, we make sure that form parent and buttons are updated. Yes. Delete button. This should be a form parent update. Actually, it should be connection table update. Now that we track that, that way it's only doing the thing that has changed, right? Let's go. And then this at the very end of a new connection handler. It's because we update that, but I don't think we need that at all here. Well, no, because it's... We do need that. Because this is the function that gets called when we click the destination tile. So we do append this, but this can just be connection table. Because it will have changed at this point. And if we don't call update, it won't be updated. Okay, so let's see if this is any different with a minimal set of changes. It's promising. Oh, that one was missing stuff. 5, 6, 7, 8, but it's missing the bottom bar. Okay. It's better though. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So our behavior is better for the section there. We're still missing the button occasionally, the button bar. Oh, I had one missing there too. Dang it. Okay. Nice little upload blip going on right now too for my connection. I think that's just going to be the way it is until the next time I make a hop. Tried multiple times to get that thing to work better, but you know, it is what it is. All right, so I'm not completely convinced that this button bar missing isn't also related, but I'm really irritated that there's this funky, obnoxious, intermittent failure to display things. Double check. Let's get rid of that. That's probably fine. Unless that is... Well, nothing should is called set visibility anymore, so that shouldn't be related. This now only gets used in two cases. When we click the expander, oh, select the connections that no, this only gets called when we try to add one we already have, so this shouldn't be involved in this at all either at this stage. So it's only on select tile now. Unless, I mean, you know, we had very, very seldom intermittent failures on selecting connections too, so could still be there, but this is where we can primarily reproduce the behavior. The create tile edit struct, do all that. Do a tile form elements. Connection section we set up before. So that would be entirely missing if it was missing, right? So build that. We set up a nice new state if there isn't one already. I wonder if it's related to this. But because we call update at the end of it, shouldn't be. In theory. The buttons also get called here, though, to update. There's no custom for that. This is just... Where is... button bar, new edit bar, call you because you set yourself up, you attach to frame, which is parent frame, which is that. Hey Jazz, how you doing? How's Monday treating you so far? So you hang off of the parent frame, which, or no, sorry, got sidetracked. You hang off of frame, which is parent frame, which is this. I don't think that's correct. Create header, parent frame. Okay, yeah, no, that has to be, this is the split, so that is correct. Because our header goes in, this is a column layout, our center form that we start modifying and putting things in and out of, that goes there. And then our button bar goes added at the bottom here. We set up the on clicks. We set up all of that. So this button bar is all of our logic for signals to send back out, how to handle deleting things and all that. I wonder, maybe this is a bad idea. Mongoose, you had a lot of views on YouTube for yesterday's stream. Yeah, I did actually. That was surprising to me. Usually YouTube is really, really quiet. I had some people early on say that it was easier for them to consume content on YouTube, so I went and set up Restream and all that. But I don't think my content is really ideal for YouTube in general, the way YouTube videos want to be, but you know, it's Restream for just two streams is free, so it didn't cost me anything but a little time. Never know what people like. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. It's hard to figure out. It's really hard to be strategic about it, right? You know, like they say that shorts are big, and that's a good way to drive traffic. You know, it's kind of the conventional wisdom. I don't really have a lot of short-worthy moments, I don't think. Like, I try to look for them. I try to keep it in mind. I put up one, and it has like 3 views. Yeah, which is fine, you know. What I should, I think, really do is probably set up a Discord. I've been trying to avoid it just because I don't want to moderate the thing. I hate moderation. But like, if you don't, then it becomes awful, you know, because it's the internet. So I should probably bite the bullet and figure out how to get that. You know, there's several bots that do it, I think. Get AutoMod in there and all that. But I'm really thinking that the early results from doing this have been encouraging, so I might explore it more. Pretty soon here, I'm going to have to get some kind of work, you know, be that temporary or not. So that's going to change things a little bit, but such it is as it is. It would be rad if this became, you know, a viable gig, really. That would be awesome. Even if it was just, you know, side income. If it actually was, you know, worth anything, like, I'd be pretty stoked. This is going to return a frame now. Because I've done this in a weird way, where I've done this, and I don't know if this is the right answer. So, and what did I call you up here? Called you button container, like so. And then this, we can say, oh, maybe it's because you needed to, it's because you call so many methods. That's why I did this. Maybe this is still okay. We just need to put this here. We do this, and then Let's just see if that does anything different or not. And now I'm still missing my button bar. On a semi-regular basis. Okay. The other thing is, I might be doing this in a silly way. To be driving these updates this way. I think I've looked at this a little bit before, but this doesn't really help me to understand how to do this in a different way. I guess it'd just be a maker. Okay, so let's do this. This still calls update on that. So let's do, let's roll this back and roll this back and roll this back, and then make sure we don't yeah, we still call it, or we do call it again there. So then let's go with action table frame. And instead of making this an updater, can I do maker? And then this needs to be that. And then we do our loop this way. Maybe I don't need this anymore. That all. This needs to be add at. And this does return. So let's take this out. And then right, this does return its core.frame, yeah. So this is that. We do that, and then we do P confused as to why they want this. But they've done for I in range number. So but this isn't that. This is new edit widgets. this. Maybe this needs to be this. This is where I start to get confused as to what they're trying to say. This is the init function. Initialize the node. So that would mean we don't need this. And this example, I guess the tree add is sufficient to add this in. So we don't need the parent still, in theory. And we still need this to tie it into the data struct. Okay, let's try that. And in this case, they've just done buttons.update. But that lives outside of Maker. So theoretically, just when this gets called, update, we'll take care of it. Let's see about that. This, we don't need. We don't need this. Oh. So we won't even need this at all because this is a maker. It in state. So build that thing, the structure inside. That's going to be a little wonky there. Because now all this goes into the maker for the what used to be the parent. Let's see if this works, and then we can throw some of this away, because right now it's creating an entire widget that just gets thrown away for the sake of putting it into here, the selected connections, which will then get built. Because this no longer puts itself into the parent. So if this works, we can just clean up that part, but somehow they're very, very tightly coupled just because it's a widget specifically for that data structure. There might be a clever way we can split them out. Same deal here. You don't have a target frame anymore. Which means we could just get rid of that. And this exists only to update the selected connections now. And now you just need tile widgets. Okay, so if we do that, does it blow up in my face? Let's find out. Okay, it doesn't blow up, but it also doesn't work. So that's the thing. Let's do an inspect here right quick. Connection table exists. Oh, it has things in it. They just don't have things in them. That's fun. Must mean I'm doing this wrong at this stage here. Maker. Take a look at this. This is also a maker. Plan. This bind is just for that. Add at the index to the plan, the function. This we haven't used W here. And this very specifically wants W of a type, pointer to a type. And we do need the parent. Well, no. In this case, it's basically creating a new button. And then we call set text on it. In our case, we say that we're creating a new frame. And we just create this. If we did this, I believe we'd get a list of these, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So does that mean we do actually need... We still don't care about the return value here, but... do we still need a, parent here? Which is this anonymous frame? Does that make sense? Which I think will kind of break this in general, but... Well then, how goes? You know, it goes. I'm a little confused about what they're... how to use this particular method, but, you know, we're grinding through it. How about you? How's your Monday treating you? See if this makes any sense or not. think this is going to be really, really broken, but if it's really, really broken in an interesting way, perhaps we can salvage some of this. Okay. Okay. I don't think... here's what we can do as a test. We can say in here, this hangs off a W. We can do set name, printf this, and then we can do new frame this index. So that should set the names in the inspector so we can tell if they're even being built right now. Or if I'm completely off my rocker. Inspect. You never intended this to be pronounceable. It came about back in the Usenet days, and all I needed was something that would stay near the top of alphabetical lists. Interesting. Many, many moons ago, when I played Eve, you wanted to be not at the top or the bottom of the alphabetical list, because then in local, you were easier to see in a list of people, which all went out the window in LowSec, but you know. Was it LowSec or NullSec? I think Null had nothing unless you spoke, and then LowSec still had the list. Okay, so these do get called the new frame, and inside of them they have the frame because it's a frameception. So we might be onto something here. Ah, yes, Eve, dabbled a bit, but I have friends who are deep into it. Spreadsheet Online. I'm not going to say I never made a spreadsheet to play Eve, but I made very few spreadsheets to play Eve. I was more of a space pirate. We keep losing our bottom bar, but... yeah, this one's missing. I feel like... this is just the same problem in a different way. Space pirate without spreadsheets? How do you keep track of your ill-gotten gains? Easy. You looked at the wallet. If there was ISK in there, you were good to go. How would you even know how much tax you don't pay? You just don't worry. Ah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. These frames exist. They're just not displayed. My rage. It is unlimited. Any closer to licking that annoying bug? Well, I mean, I just found this, which is both interesting and extremely frustrating. There's 5 here. There's 8 here. Yeah. I think I'm coming around to your thought from yesterday that this may be a framework bug. This is sort of proof to me that it's either I have encountered a sharp edge and I'm just doing something wrong for the framework, or it's a framework bug, right? And I'm not going to lie, I have been tempted to explore Fine. I would really like to stay in the Go UI world. It's possible. I did have a suspicion that these were generated but not displayed. Maybe the styles are not applied at the right time. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering too. And that thought occurred to me, but usually it's me that's at fault, right? I try to assume that I'm the idiot in the equation before I go throwing accusations at other people's work. But this is kind of a smoking gun, so to speak, to say that it might not be me. Might be something else going on. But as I get more in depth with this project, like I really want to finish it. I do the same 98% times true. Yeah. It's usually something small that I've overlooked and I can solve the problem without bothering anybody, right? And then I learn a thing. I would have to do some kind of like, I would have to set this aside for a little while to do some other sort of miniature throwaway project to try fine. And if that still is just too many sharp edges and it starts to hinder me more, because right, the past 2 days, I felt really hamstrung by Cogent. Before, there were problems, there were things that I didn't understand, and I could get around them, I could get over them, or I could file a bug report and they would get fixed eventually. But the past 2 days have been really, really frustrating, where I feel like I'm fighting the framework more than using it. Things that are like not crazy. Like, I don't think it's insane to want a modal to just disable this split pane, right? that seems relatively sane for a UI. Fine is UI. Yes, it's FYNE. It is this fine.io. I guess I could probably just chuck that in here too. So kind of a similar idea, right? But I would have to, where's their, I guess apps would be their thing. I would have to do a project to get, to find if there's just the same sharp edges in a different place, you know? I guess the nice thing is that these seem to have, okay, yeah, sure. Like there's multiple different people writing apps here. Sounds like you'd have to throw away a lot of work, which granted sometimes is the right thing to do. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, a lot of the stuff could be pulled out that's the data structure underlying it, and then just coupled to new widgets or whatever Fine calls them, right? I think. Is it declarative or imperative? Might be worth trying a declarative framework for some contracts. Maybe. It's a good question. I only know if it's of its existence. I haven't really... Oh, look, they got an SSH terminal for your... I guess for your everything, because it's fine, and it's cross-platform, I believe. It's on the app stores. So they might actually have, like, production apps using this thing, so maybe. Let's see, is there a... I don't really see, like, a... We are a... Usability... Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize any of these names, but I'm also not the best at recognizing names. So what I would have to do is basically write something that was complex enough to try to really exercise this, but also like good enough, small enough to get through in a reasonable amount of time, so I can get back to the project I actually want to work on, or just YOLO the replacement, right? Which, I'm gonna have a think about this over the week, I think, and about what I could build that would be something to exercise. I did a quick search. I see Zooey. Their web page is basically just a full screen video, and they have a pricing at the top. The pricing doesn't work. Nice. What is Zooey? I've never heard of Zooey, I don't think. Talk about first impressions, right? I search for declarative Go UF. Ah, I see. That's like a page all in Chinese or something similar. I see Brim data, Zooey. Out of curiosity, essentially not as any real suggestion. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good. It's always good to just be curious. Zooey, Zim, what's wrong with people? Z's are cool, you know? Same reason that, you know, like a young person writing fanfic, even if they don't know what fanfic is, like they're essentially trying to write a story, but they're very young. The protagonist's name will always be a Zach or a Xander, right? Because X's and Z's are cool. Let's see here. Is there... I see some Reddits about LogRocket blog. You know, LogRocket blog is actually really good. Or a variation on Zachary, yeah. Because these are cool, right? Let's see, we got Go GTK. This is actually a fairly recent, I think. Anyway. The recipe QT is fine. Walk. I don't think I've heard of that one before. You see, this is only Windows and Linux. This is everything. Fine is everything. QT is everything. Pratchett put it best. She chose the name Perdita Extreme. The X stood for someone who has a cool and exciting middle initial. See? Exactly. It's so true. I don't know if I've ever read any of his books. I hear the name a lot, though. Let me look. And the people in her village referred to her as Agnes, who calls herself Perdita X. That's awesome. That's especially funny because, like, the old timey, like in a village. That's where we get all of our last names from. Like if you were like Johansson, you were the son of Johann, right? He really uses the language incredibly well. The choice of words sometimes is chef's kiss. I enjoy having fun with words. Let's see. Where are your books? I've got your Wikipedia up. I guess there's nothing awful in Wikipedia. You can come over here. Discworld I've heard of. I have not read that, I don't think. Even translated into German, it's just perfect. German language is also awesome because y'all just shove the words together that mean exactly what it is. And I love that. It's so good. Let's see here. Good Omens. Okay, I watched the... I guess that's a collab. I watched Good Omens on Amazon. I loved Good Omens. That was just a wonderfully funny absurdness. I can recommend it, and unlike most people, I would recommend to start with a different book than the first few. Never was much of a Rincewind fan. I have been bad about reading books lately. And I should read more of them, but yeah. That's a name that keeps coming up and people hold in high regard, so I should totally do. Check out some of his work. But anywho. Let's see, is there... Let's go look at their GitHub over here too. Oh wow, 1 issues? Really? Either... Like, you've had a couple things. Ah, this is the website. $660. That makes more sense to my brain. Like, people are actively using this thing. Pratchett's Discworld has these broad, large character arcs which span multiple books, and they're interwoven. Like the first few books open with Rincewind the Wizard. Never was my favorite, and it really shows in the first couple of books that he was still finding his style. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's very, very fair and common. One of the best examples of that I can think of is Star Trek The Next Generation. Like, its first season is so rough. But then it just really becomes just good, you know? And maybe that's some nostalgia because I grew up with it, but he really hit his stride IMO around book 7 or so with Guards, where he introduces possibly one of my favorite characters, Samuel Vines. I recommend starting with those. Take 1 book from Pratchett, go for Guards. Gotcha. Is it, can you like jump into the middle like that without being totally disoriented or spoiling everything for yourself? Let's look at... They're kind of in chronological order, but these character arcs are mostly independent. Gotcha. Interesting. Let's see, you cannot connect the graphics driver. Ah, okay. So this probably needs Seago. You won't miss or spoil anything if you start there and follow the main protagonist through future books. There's probably lists online that enumerate. Gotcha. Or I could just, I guess, start at the beginning and suffer. Either way. I've got one that I need to well, I got two actually that I need to finish. I picked up one on a whim. It's kind of space horror-y, and I'm not a huge horror fan, so it kind of hasn't really motivated me to keep picking it up. And I have another that Jim Butcher, who writes the Dresden series, which is just incredible. I didn't know that I needed a hard-boiled detective who's also a wizard character in my life until I read his books. I was like, of course I needed that. But he's got a new series he's working on where it's all like magic punk, like steampunk, but magic, but also weird magic and talking cats. And it's just super fun. I'm behind a book in that series that just started or had just started. It's not actually suffering, even if the first few books aren't bad, just not my favorite. Right, fair enough. They're also excellent audiobooks, except that they're remaking them now with a cast of characters and are somehow worse, despite having better quality and production values. If you get your hands on original audiobooks, those are fantastic. Yeah, you know, the only time I do audiobooks is when I'm painting. Or audio content like that. But it might be an option. Normally I listen to like D&D podcasts, like Critical Role or something like that. Walking around, chores, commute, etc. Yeah, hands-free kind of reading. Yeah. Chores, I guess, yeah, chores are also a time when I listen to them. There's a couple, you know, they got some issues, but actually, let me go look at some of this. Like unverified, why is this getting closed? Because it's a duplicate? Yes, okay. It's a duplicate of an open one, okay, fine. Yeah, that's good. D&D is love, D&D is life, right? I attack the darkness. I do love myself some tabletop RPG stuff. I did DMing for about 20 years or so. Nice, nice. I have run lots of 5e games. I've run... I was running a Pathfinder game for a little while until life just got in the way and I didn't have time anymore. I ran the Shadowrun starter box. I've played a little bit of the new Pathfinder, not the new, but like Pathfinder 2e, the first iteration of it. I guess they're a split now. Enjoyed that. I have the book for Blades in the Dark, and I would love to play that sometime, but I haven't gotten around to it. Currently playing Trouble in Otari Pathfinder. It's nice. Yeah, I really, really liked Starfinder because it's had like this perfect, for my opinion, the perfect blend of the 5e streamlining and the Pathfinder crunchiness. But I also really kind of like the Pathfinder system too. Most of ours was 3.5e with some 4e at the end. Gotcha. Yeah. I heard really bad things about 4e, but that's before I actually played. I used to live in Alaska. There's not a huge nerd scene in Alaska for people you actually want to hang out with. Or at least it wasn't back then. That's been 10 years? Maybe already? Gosh. Where does the time go? Might have been longer. No. Couldn't be. Anyway. I know, right? I am indeed old. As if I didn't give myself away as an old yesterday when somebody came in and were like, WSG, and I'm like, what? And they're like, what's good? I'm like, oh. Time be a harsh mistress. That she do. That she do. So I really want to play with this, just to play with it, you know, for curiosity, but that still leaves me at the, what about skibbity toilets? Yeah, I've heard the word. I have heard the word. Something, 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 skibbity riz. No thank you. I'm good. Something something W Riz chat poggers. No cap, for real. I see the phrase online, but I never wanted to look it up. I treasure my ignorance. You know, you're not missing much. I won't rob you of your ignorance. All right, so what can we do in the meantime to move the ball forward? I need to think about what I would want to do as a quick project. I have some ideas, but I would need to sit down and hammer them out a little bit. See if I really want to spend that time. You'll be happier in life following this rule. I know I could Google, but what does MUD stand for? Multi-user dungeon. There's a couple other commonly used interpretations of it, but that's the one I remember. So like a MMO before we had MMO, yes. Well, MMO before we had graphics that were, you know, on the internets. Yes. The way I describe it is like imagine if you could play Zork with your friends. Yeah. I forget the name of the one that I played. It was an Iron Realms one that I played the most, but there were a couple other that were like web-based that were, you know, you clicky to go smash all the baddies. But the one I played the most, I think, was one of the Iron Realms ones, and it's dead now. I remember that part, but I don't remember the name. And then WoW came along, and that swallowed my gaming soul. old school vanilla WoW. So let's chuck this, because it didn't help us at all, except for, actually, that's an interesting thought. Let's do chuck this, because it just kind of exposed other issues. So text space with some possible sprinkling of ASCII art. Probably not ASCII art, really. I guess there was, I do remember some ASCII art happening in the game, the MUD I played. When you took substances, let's say, it would like ASCII out smiley faces and stuff in the chat window periodically. And it was very funny. But yeah, the mostly text-based. Some of them had like a paper doll for like equipment, I think. But that's not really core to the experience. That was just extra stuff that kind of came on over time. there was also other stuff in the era where they did do 2D art. It was like kind of like an old Final Fantasy sort of, you know, JRPG setup where it would just show you a screen of the baddies and then maybe yourself as well, and then you would, you know, click on things kind of like that. But that was also just kind of bolted onto the chat window essentially as the core game interface, sort of. Maps used to be ASCII art too, if it had one. Some of them didn't have maps. I've been meaning to play Road Warden for a while. I think that's a modern take on a MUD. Let's go look. I've never heard of Road Warden. Kind of like a similar game idea, I think, but the let's find you. This, really, you're not going to give me a big? What if I want a big? This is horrible resolution because I've zoomed it in, but this is what their client looks like today. And we didn't used to have this, all of the sidebar stuff. Like, this was the main deal. The mapper, I think I remember having a map, but I can't remember for sure. That might have been later stuff. So if we do this, though, the other thing that is kind of in the similar vein, but not really, they're like more of a step further than a MUD, would be like actually the original Rogue that had ASCII art. Still heavily text-based, I think, but, you know, more towards a more traditional quote-unquote game. But there was another Caves of Qud. Not really a MUD, but kind of in the old retro gamey sort of vein. Lots of text. You know, obviously they have sprites going on here. But very much in the spirit of retro gaming like that. Rad to see, you know, kind of people trying to capture some of that old magic and do things in through the modern lens, kind of reinterpret it. Let me see here. That's what I was doing. I was going to run this now that I've taken that back out. And I was going to see. Let's get this thing to reproduce again real quick. Here we go. And come in here, connection table. Yeah. You're there, you're just not rendered. And there's the spot form. There's the DC form, or the use form rather. And here's the connection info. So it's kind of like the same behavior. This is just more broken than that. Like not even a little icon gets rendered. So that's super bizarre. What happens if you toggle visibility in the inspector? Interesting idea. So go to one of these. We would need to override. If as soon as we do that, it refreshes, it redraws, and everything is there. But we could invisible, go back 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It has not. We might need to override here as well. It further reinforces the framework bug idea. Yeah. Could be triggered by using it in a way that hasn't been intended to. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't seem that bizarre to build a list of elements like this, though. Like that seems like something that should be commonly done to me. You know? I'm a little skeptical about, rebuilding it every time, but I think that's kind of what React does under the hood for a lot of stuff too, though. Like if the data changes, it just rebuilds everything. Especially if you do a couple things wrong, I've heard. If we make you... It's like it doesn't even like the override. But I have to... override there. There, it went away somewhere along the way. Five 1 to 6 2 is the last one. I don't know. Anywho. But maybe not in the update closure. Maybe you build it in the on-click handler itself. It needs to be in multiple places, though. Because as we build it, when we click on a tile, we need to build this, right? We also need to rebuild it when we click on, like, let's say delete. Oh, which is now broken for some reason. It's because I called update while I was messing around on the one of the elements, I think. Unless I'm misunderstanding the control flow, which is very likely. I mean, it's entirely possible as well that I'm misunderstanding it. So this should fire anytime this gets updated, whether that be because I've called update on this or any of its parent objects, right? It should go through and say, okay, what's my current selected connections? Great, I'm going to build that. Let's go ahead and roll back our experimentation because it got us nowhere. Do all of that. So my thought was that this could be driven entirely off of whatever is in selected connections, and then that would make it easier to keep track of what. And then if we just rebuilt the list every time we change that list, it's probably not that big of a deal, right? That's what I was thinking. Is the repo public? No, not yet. Not right now. Because it's still in early development where everything changes periodically and nobody should be relying on it ever. Not yet. Maybe someday. I don't know. I don't know how I want to release it. This part is getting just the map editor. That's what I'm working on right now, so that you could build a map for the game, because I'm building an engine, right? So this, theoretically, you would be able to come in here, and if things were actually working, which, there they go, you'd be able to, I can take these connections out of there. The test map has everything connected just for the sake of doing this part, but you could have, you know, a much more complicated, you could take out, if my UI wasn't completely broken, you could take out that room entirely, and there's nothing in here. It's just an empty space. All that kind of good stuff. So what if the update is called on some unrelated event like mouse over, does nothing, but during the building of the list you click and cause update to be called again? How about trying to add a mutex or wait group to guard the loop itself? I did do that. I tried making a voxel game in C++, OpenGL, got to a decent point, then spent 2 weeks trying to abstract and rewrite everything into an easiest approach. Yeah, that'll happen. That's kind of one of those things where sometimes you got to rip that Band-Aid off. But Ash, to your point, I did try this, but we can certainly do it again. That's not a silly thought at all by any means to try to do that again. I did it in the updater. I hate when I roll this back, it collapses everything and there's no, or it expands everything and there's no collapse for the only the outside for some reason. It would be in connection table frame in our updater. In here I said, oops, dot async lock, because this is part of Cogent stuff, right, where we can do that. And then we unlock at the end. But I thought you locked it outside of the closure, not inside. Ooh. Did I? Let's find out. Let's see. It's definitely inside now. Holy crap. But new frame is generated here, so is it possible there are multiple of them live at any point? Shouldn't be, because when we... Oh. By golly. I swear I put that inside last time because that was the whole idea, was to guard during the on-click, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I screwed that up. That's an interesting question you have there, and also it seems to be working, which is amazing. Because we used to clear anytime well, actually we still do. Okay, yeah. We do as part of reselecting a thing. I thought so too, but I wasn't familiar enough with your code yet to comment at that point. Yeah, that's fair. That said, it's still not necessarily fixed. We just haven't been able to repro it anymore. Right. That's also very true. We clear... So if there's a click awaiter, because we're waiting you to click the next tile, the destination tile, then we don't do that. But otherwise, we clear it, and then we set a selected, and then we set a selected for connection tiles as well. And this is an internal message bus because the map widget is separate. Most testing can't ever prove the absence of bug, just their presence. That's true. You can prove with a degree of certainty correct behavior, but it's hard to cover all possible permutations and stuff too. You just prove that correct behavior is possible in theory. Also, there's Dexterous Little saying, a piece of code is either so simple that there are obviously no bugs, or so complex that there are no obvious bugs. That's true. And also we clear when we do that. For that, we just kill that list. And because we update after that, it should update with the cleared and then rebuild. In theory. Where else would it be getting called? We could... I thought we did this too. Actually, we did do this, but... My face, since we're on the topic, is from the Mythical Man Month. Show me your code and I'll still be confused, but show me your data structures and I won't even need to see your code. Okay. I have not read that book. I've heard good things about it, but I struggle to read that kind of thing. My eyes start to glaze over very quickly. Even if they're like, even if it's good info, like, I'm just like, okay, but... We printed in here before. Actually, we printed inside the for loop. Let's just do this. Maybe it got lost in the shuffle of spitting out all those things. Okay, it updated when we resized. That's kind of... Wow. Cool game. It's the same for me, to be honest, but there's hope. Now we can watch an AI-generated YouTube video based on an AI regurgitated summary of a book. Yay, progress. Hopefully the book isn't about the number of R's in strawberry. There we go. Okay. Firing updater. Firing updater. It only updates one time. Was that 2 or was that 1? It looks like it's only 1 every time. Hey, there's no wrong answers to math and science questions, only creative interpretations. I assume you've seen that joke, how math classes changed over the decades? I don't think so. I don't social media, so I miss a lot of that nowadays, and I'm okay with that. I miss some good stuff, but mostly I just miss nonsense. I'm on Blue Sky now, just because it's part of this whole trying to see if anybody is interested in my stuff sort of thing. But it's only recently that I've kind of dipped my toes back in, and I have filled my feed with people that paint minis and do rad art and avoided nonsense in general. So far it's okay-ish. Every so often someone goes on a tear and starts posting their political opinions and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't care about that. And then I unfollow them. And then life is good again. Really, really confused as to what else would be calling this. I guess maybe because I async locked it. Let's do that one more time and see if we can get it to reproduce. And then check. I've clicked 3 times. There are 3 firing updates, and there's this empty. But it's not empty. It is, in fact, full of things. Unless... So we know it got better. The problem got better when we started updating more focusedly, right? It wasn't totally gone, but it was better. I wonder if, let's see, clear selections. I wonder if this is actually async. Trigger a new layout pass with widget-based needs layout. It's the main way that ends user trigger widget updates guaranteed to fully update a widget to the current state. Should be called after making any changes to the core properties of a widget. Differs from this in that updates the widget and all of its children down the tree. Widget walk down. Hey, Bitsmaze, it's going. How about you? Walk down. Non-recursive and safe for concurrent calling. Update widgets. Good. Just sitting in the office waiting on it to fix a firewall. So I figured I'd come say hi and see. I've been pretty good. They've really gone ham on closures. Someone is a fan of Python or Haskell on the team that built this UI framework. It's quite possible that there is some Python in there, Pythonisms. They used to have an about that talked about them, but I think the guy that wrote it initially is a professor, and he does like neural network stuff, so probably a lot of Python in there. And then his kid is kind of taking over maintenance of it, I think, is what their deal was. And he writes a lot of the apps, and the dad still contributes to it too. So it's like a super wholesome, really awesome project, you know. But yeah, they do like their closures. I keep being so badly disappointed when trying to do anything with JavaScript or TypeScript. It's such a toy non-language. It's amazing people have built what they have out of it. Yes. You mean the entire internet as we know it? Yeah, that is kind of amazing. I really don't like writing JavaScript. It's not, it doesn't feel good. It feels backwards and wrong and weird. Like, did you know that if you call an async function in a non-async context, there's literally no way of waiting for it to complete? Async, I think so. I know that I encounter this every time I write any JavaScript where I want to do things in a very procedural way, because that's just how like every other language works. But because JavaScript wants to run everything asynchronously, it always bites me, right? So while some function is updating a thing, the UI is merrily going along, or the rest of the script is merrily going along and being completely broken. You get a promise, but you can't wait for it to resolve. You have to get it into some async context. Yeah, okay, yeah. That rings bells. I don't do a ton of Java or TypeScript, so. And all the examples how to do this is to slap a callback into the promise. Well, yeah, but what if I friggin' need the result before I continue with my function? What then, huh? Yeah, exactly. You just gotta like invert your entire brain and make everything some kind of weird callback promise closure that is completely backwards, and then you're a front end guy. They just actually got back to me on the snack bar thing. There is no way to have more than one snack bars. Because the material spec, which they kind of try to implement, actually says you're not supposed to do that. So everywhere in the wild that does that is wrong, according to the spec. But I think I'll do whatever I like if I continue to use this. It's why I was so overjoyed to see you. I can do React, but in Rust, which has sane async. I have never done any async with Rust at all. I hear that it works well until it becomes really, really, really complex and hard. But that's all secondhand. Wonder if that means that they... Nope, no reply to that just yet. They're still doing stuff, I'm sure. All right, so I'm thinking, and it may not be that the walk down and all that is async, but it may still be some kind of interaction with the actual machinery that renders these things. But this does indeed work. The React problem mainly is how to handle state, because each component is only supposed to care about its own state and state of subcomponents in a more general way. As soon as you want two components in different parts of the tree to collaborate on some state, you have to lift that state up, hoist it to the common component. It ends up a big mess of all state in root component, yes. And you also then have prop drilling, where your signatures for all of your functions are like 50 friggin' properties for state, right? So then you get Zustand, because for whatever reason, all of the Germans have taken over the React library world, apparently. And that, as far as I understand it, under the hood essentially just makes state global. It just gives you a nice interface to access it, right? Luckily, there's Redux, which handles state outside of React components, and they can still tie themselves to individual bits of state and makes it yeah, okay. I've heard of Redux. I was doing a little bit of a front-end React project just to kind of learn more about it, and I encountered all of these problems for sure. Not to mention all the callbacks you have to send 15 frames down, so the child subcomponent can modify some state which now lives in the root component. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was encountering exactly this pain. And I don't know why, but for some reason I didn't land on Redux. I landed on Zustand and something else. Forget, there was another library that had a German name that was just like all over the place when I looked for those answers. What have we here? Ah, we have a reply. The spec everyone praises so highly, Material, has some glaring omissions like I miss the clause of never ever move controls from under the user's mouse or finger things. Yes. Yes. Some years ago, I started writing my own UI usability spec. Nice, nice. That is one of my biggest pet peeves, is when something loads late, invariably, always, forever, right as I click a thing that is then moved. I have a reply to my issue. I love reply to my issues day. I can reproduce the issue, although when I double click on the text to ensure that the body has focus, then the event handling works after that. Therefore, it seems like this issue is about the body not having focus in the first place. Nobody's swallowing the event per se, rather the body doesn't have access to it at all. Oh. We'll look into this issue more at some point, but you can add a set focus quiet call right after you make the body as a workaround in the meantime. Let me know if that does not work. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's do this. I think I'm okay to have this async and be like this. This doesn't return. It's just really, really bizarre. Well, with all these problems, I guess your only choice now is to rewrite it in Rust. And you won't care about these problems because you have a ton of newer, shinier problems. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. It's definitely how it goes. And also all these same problems, right? There's always problems. I'm just so confused. Like, it feels like... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, you should have less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you're on an edge. Wait, it really doesn't like resizing sometimes, huh? Speaking of new and shinier problems. I'm still not convinced that this is the smartest way to do this, but makes me kind of wonder if the plan was a smarter approach. Like, it still had the same issue, but maybe they can also be alleviated by the update, async lock. At some point, it has to be good enough, otherwise it'll never be done perfect. Yes, very true. Very, very true. I think... What else in here? Also, I refer you to my yesterday's comment. Let it sit in the background for a while. Return to the issue with fresh eyes later down the line. Surprising how often that has led me to a faster solution. Yeah, you're not wrong. But then I would have to find something else to do today. And I don't know that I want to do that. What I want to do is think about this. State and update data are for sure things we use a lot for this. The form is tied to the form that gets created. Similar with my writing, the best editing I do after I've let the text sit for a while. Yeah, so I've mostly forgotten and then returned to read it with new eyes. Some crazy fancy server code, I'd be very interested in saying that. I don't know if I have any crazy fancy server code. This is kind of the next, getting this editor in is kind of the next step, because that allows me to build maps. And once we can build maps, we have a couple other things that we need. Right now, you can, let's see, let me think here. Because this isn't actually modifying anything just yet, this should still run in this branch just fine. Actually, what I should do is do this. This should all fire up. Server's running. That's what you were. So you can... I'm going to fix that a little bit. But you can move around. I got to fix up my formatting on the return stuff there, but... And you can also exit. So there's a couple things. There is a system in place for status effects, and skills and stuff like that, but map building is kind of like the next thing that we need to get in place, because that's going to help to inform the dynamic loading of stuff, right? That'll help us to test that. And then I need, what am I using? Just WebSockets. I have a custom protocol that's just really basic, because I didn't want to worry about implementing other protocols right now. So I just have, it's in shared. So it's just WebSockets, and it just passes around JSON. Very, very simple for now. I don't know if it'll need to be more complex than that eventually or not. But we have categories and types, all that good stuff. But we have status effects and skills as a concept. The editor needs to know how to handle them. It needs items still, and it needs, like a rudimentary AI that can drive NPCs. But once those things are done, and we have editor support for it, which is kind of the big push, is to get the editor started. This is the most starting. I started on the hardest. Once those are in, I can start to think more game thoughts than engine thoughts, and start trying to consume the engine and then find out where my sharp corners are and try to fix them up, right? Probably not. I'm mainly bringing up protos because we use them heavily at work and they prove to be useful. You can build clients in any language, which is often useful. We have a ton of mixed code: C++, Java, Python, Go, Rust, and the protos are the interface. Yeah. I know of the existence of like protobuf and stuff like that, but I've never used it. In stuff that I've written at work, in my last job, we just use REST endpoints. Like, it just keep it simple, because we didn't need anything more complex until we needed it, right? And we never got to that. So we use that, with the one exception being, it was the test project I did where we used zero-shot classification. All of that stuff was in Python, but the Python fast API stuff sucked. Like, it sucked basically. It was hard to work with, and I didn't like it in general. And for like a long running request, which is what it ended up being, like, it was just a pain. So I wrapped that in a Go REST API that would take your request, and then it would pass it to workers that ran inside, and they would just crunch down that work. And Python fast API and both words are a lie, right? So I wound up just having little Go workers that would pass in through a OS pipe. They would just talk. And I looked at protobuf for that as well. But it was just such a huge overhead for what was a really basic operation. I just wanted to put bytes into the main pipe. The thing I wound up doing instead of protobufs was, because we had arbitrary length strings that could be really, really long, that exceeded the pipe capacity, I just gave the messages a header that said, hey, I'm this long. And then it, on either side, it would, chunk it up, put it through the pipe, and then rebuild it. And the same on the way back, just in case the response was bigger. So that was just simpler than bringing in another library, The other thing about the fast API was Gunicorn was also involved, and that was just, there was like 6 different types of Gunicorn, and ugh. Yeah, protos are useful if you anticipate different languages interacting, or if you need seamless upgrades of the protocol without breaking existing running code. It does indeed have a big overhead. Yeah. Like, I could see them being really, really useful in a case like exactly like you were just saying, where you have a bunch of different mixed stuff. And if REST is for some reason not, fast enough, or I don't know if protobuf is any faster or not, but if for some reason REST just is awkward to use, yeah, I could absolutely see the appeal. The other thing that keeps coming up is gRPC, I think, which is another like protocol-y type thing, I think, and I never really looked into it that much. You can't spell Gunnicorn without gun, which you can then use to shoot your foot. Yes. Yes, indeed. But that's... Python is just full of foot guns. So... What if we were to try to split this up a little? gRPC is cool, yes, and you can hammer it to look like REST so much that everything else REST-like will work with it, but once again, too much overhead. Yeah, for some reason, I think it's just popular, right? Like, that's what everybody kept saying was, well, we use gRPC between our services. I'm like, okay, but why? Nobody could explain why. And so eventually I was just like, why do I care? If you can't tell me why, then why isn't REST good enough? REST is easy and universal. And standard library. I can do everything I need with the standard library with REST. It's different within my company where we have fancy scriptery and templates and boilerplate, everything pre-configured. I can spin up a proto-based RPC service in like 3 minutes flat. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I did, we had contract testing for the services, right? So you would do an open API contract, open API spec for your service, and your testing included validating that contract against your service using there's a couple libraries. And so if that service was deployed, the thought was that contract could be relied upon. So you could actually then use that contract to develop a service that would consume or interact with that other service in some way. And it seemed to work fine. The other day I tried doing it outside with open source tooling, and does the UR project do the same? Yeah, okay, makes sense. So what if we did try to pull out, because there's nothing special about this. This could be that the plan widget. And then that would run every time we updated this guy. The only thing is that this is, and maybe that's the mistake. Maybe this is so tightly coupled to the widget because it is a representation of the widget, right? Maybe we only need the update data. And the rest of this... So yeah, if I were doing a big project TM with multiple people, I'd probably go with Protos and gRPC, but not for solo projects with like what you have. I was mainly curious, but yeah, that's fair. I'm not a big fan, and I might be ignorant here, but my impression was that Protobuf and gRPC and all that basically assumes that you're going to be generating your endpoints with GoGenerate, right? Am I wrong in that assumption? Expander button gets called, gets used. in here for sure, but I don't think it actually gets used outside of it. So there's like no reason anymore to have that tracked in there. The cool thing is that it can do it for multiple languages, so you get pretty much seamless integration between them, right? Oh, I missed a message. No, that's quite accurate. Proto and gRPC assumes you'll generate most of your server and client code. Yeah. And to me, that's weird. Like, I haven't messed around a ton with Go's code generation, but like, that seems bizarre to just let it generate whatever based on the protocol. It seems backwards to an extent. Like contract-driven development you can do, or spec-driven development you can do, and that is backwards, but it works as long as the spec doesn't change, kind of, right? But at the same time, like that just seems like a great way to shoot yourself in the foot by generating a change and then things get disconnected or confused. The basic protocol message send and receive are fairly boilerplate these days. The only thing that changes is the data type you send through. Right. But like, so a fairly standard thing that I would do is, okay, let's say, all the problems of making sure you get complete receive and no corruption and correct receive buffer handling never changes. Right. But like what I would do on a fairly regular basis is like, okay, you have a get endpoint that's going to return a structure, right? So it just marshals and returns that structure, builds it from internal whatever data to conform to the format, marshals it and sends it out. You might have a post on that same endpoint that would accept a new thing, and you would just unmarshal it to JSON, or unmarshal the JSON to a struct. Yes, what you're handling with HTTP. Yes, that's true. But most of the chatter that I saw around protobuf and gRPC was basically doing the same thing, which means that something else is handling your actual byte transfer. Yeah, TCP, right? Protos allow you to get down into a minimal binary representation of your data without having to re-implement it. Okay, yeah. I guess I'm missing the part where that's desirable over just using, TCP or UDP. Like in the case of passing things through a named pipe, I guess, yeah, that's a case where you don't want that, right? But still, it's kind of weird. There's that meme of an O'Reilly book, the answer to every programming question ever. It depends. I think that's an O'Reilly book. But I've mostly worked with services that want to be hosted in a container that, get squirted up into Kubernetes and then things interact with them. That's primarily the kind of thing that I've worked on. That and or self-contained monoliths too, right? But what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking for where Expander actually gets used. It's used there. Yeah, HTTP has kind of become a de facto interface between stuff, and JSON has become the language of the web. Yeah, and I like JSON. Like, I think it's very readable. I'm not like hardcore anti-YAML, but significant white space is a mistake. Hashtag change my mind, right? Not to drag Python out from behind the the cupboard and beat on it again, but I don't enjoy how JSON has everything, including key names and quotes, and no way natively to comment stuff. The lack of comments is a big one. Yes, I do agree with that. I could go either way on the quotes. Like, it's kind of noise, but it's also very clear where things are delineated, you know? It's hard to get, you know, the string this is easy to be broken versus that is very clear that you have a space in there that somebody screwed up on, right? In both cases, they actually have a trailing space. But because this is quoted, it's a really good highlighter of that issue. So that's a nice feature. Comments, though, I would like comments in native, you know, plain JSON, in the JSON spec, whatever you want to call it. There's been a number of times where I've tried that, just like a knee jerk. I was like, I'll just bang in a comment here that says that, oh wait, yeah, this is JSON, I can't do that. That's still like the natural reaction is to desire that, I think. What am I going to do? If I take you out of there, nothing gets mad, which I like. I think that was a leftover from something else I was doing in the past. Either that or I'm just completely confused. If I take this out, also nothing is mad. Good. I like that. This form... Oh, no, you're right. Yeah. I would need to remove it from here. Form container. Yeah, things do get... Yes, you're right. But if we're replacing this... Yeah. I really dislike to default everything in Go in Go. It makes it super easy to make just such mistakes. Yeah. Usually I'm better at doing it from the right place, but think here, this form. That's probably still significant though. If we rebuild every time, then we don't need set visibility at all, or toggle visibility. That could just move down to this. Not here. Oh, that's why we put it in there. It's because when we... Hang on. Bring that back for a second. Because when we rebuilt... Or not rebuilt, when we click on a thing that already exists, we want to set the visibility. Not here. Somewhere. Anyway. That's why we toggled it. But we don't necessarily need to do that if we go to the plan method and we have the state in here. On click, this doesn't need to call this. This can just call directly and say right, this is state is. But we could still do this by set state to expanded, but this would be backwards. I've got an extra copy in there. That. And if we don't have this, which we will have this, but because this all gets wrapped up into the widget, we just let Cogent worry about that, right? But we also need to and what I should really do is make this not expanded, but collapsed, and then this could just be that, and the same here. Then I don't have to invert all over the place everywhere. If it is collapsed, then it is invisible. That's easier. Don't think we need the form inside of this either if we do this, because again, it gets rebuilt. We end up with just state. Oh, this needs to be. Yes, that. 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 You're attaching a new styler closure to the thing with each click, or is it replacing one? Right now, it's replacing the... oh, no. It just sets a styler. That's an interesting question, actually. Yeah, I hadn't really thought deeply about it. This is just the pattern that is in all the examples, but it may not be. That's an interesting point. Let's look at states. specifically. This should maybe be... That's a really, really good observation. This should just be... not this, but... this not S, but... Yes, it does say that. It says adds the given function. This should be more like... This is correct. If it updates this, then it should. This should go out here. This should just live. What did I miss? Are you switching to Find for the UI? No, not yet. It's certainly something that I have been considering very heavily today. But this should be... This is correct here. This styler should be this. The on-click should just toggle the state. You missed a lot of stuff, Pluck, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome. It's been a good day. We've been kind of just nerding out in general. So this should be correct. This should update the state, which should drive this, in theory. Let's... we can't run it just yet. Rewatching YouTube? Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Yeah, I've been thinking about... Fine. The thing I was talking about earlier is that in order to know if I really want to commit to that, I would need to write something that's just like a throwaway project in Fine and try that is of sufficient complexity to let me bump into its rough edges if it has them and see if I like them or not, right? And then that would be time away from the project that I actually want to work on. So I'd have to make a thing. It'd be a thing. I would have to figure out what I want to make. All of that. And then there would be all the big work of swapping anyway. Yeah, no, Ash is awesome. Just bored and noisy. Tell you what. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and refresh my beverage, because it's been a couple hours now. And then we'll finish up this, and then we'll see if my assumptions are correct that I can drive this off that state. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right, stop making fun of me. I'm back now. Last time I had such good feelings about something was when Meteor stopped being a thing for web apps and I didn't write a single line of code using Meteor. I have never used Meteor. Okay, so this... we can still do... but this would be if it is collapsed, then set collapse to false. This doesn't really work anyway. Maybe we don't care about that. Lucky me, right? Sounds like it. How you doing today, by the way, Mr. Pluck? How's things? How's Monday treating you? All right, so might have to think about the scrolling stuff a little bit, but that cleans up a lot of that. Now you're just update data and state, which should persist. Then connection edit widgets would, instead of this, we need a function for building or would we? Could we just get away with this and then that? Actually, what I could do, let's roll that back real quick. And you. And I can just say that. Fix all that right away. And then I wouldn't need state either. I would just need to did I call it state? Yeah, I did. Need that though. So then I would just be able to build the connection objects here. Okay, we'll do that in a second though. We need to, that's tile, that's also that. It's not edit bar form, it's connection table form. And also this needs to return only a frame if you care. You can ignore that frame or not. Because we already know what this connection is. We just gave it to it. Then up in this, get my docs going again. Open my beverage that I went and got. Plan. So it needs a maker. Let's get rid of this just for now. Okay, so this does need to have the parent frame because we need to hang maker off of it, but that, and then add at, and then their example, we give it the plan. I don't know why they want to string the index. It's just, okay, it's because it's the name. So we could easily also do a sprintf here and call this connection. And we'll make this index. That'll be even nicer to look at. And then this is where in their example, it's a W is a widget of a type that but this is the init function. Aim in function. I will do a bit of a lurk while I go scarf down some nutrients. Rock on, man. No worries. Always welcome to lurk. Always appreciated as a lurker. Function to initialize the node. I don't think I need to actually use that, right? I would just need to do this. That. Do you still take... You still take the parent. For the thing you create. Which is actually... And then this is... we don't even need that anymore. Because it doesn't rebuild it. Node is guaranteed to be added to its parent before the init function is called. This feels like this should be this, but I'm just going to try that. See what happens. This we have a new state, and then we have, because this is the update data, right? Yes. Oops, what happened there? Update data is update. State is new state because you're new at this point. And then you take, you don't even take this though. We don't need you to have this. We just need to do this. We just need to append. One too many lines there. That. Except for this needs to be we didn't find you, then we add you. Otherwise, if we did find you, we add that. Yeah, okay. And then its state should propagate through. Same deal here. We just need to do this. This is update. Or no, we called you RoomCon. And you are new state. Don't need that. Just append. That. I don't think we need this anymore or this anymore. Oh, we do. We need there. Okay. I see. Because we need to go through the list. And then if we don't find it, we run that. Let's see what is down here. Because update data is update data. State is new state. Like so. And then we don't even need target frame here anymore, which I like. And this should actually be connection table frame update. This no longer needs that. This is for parent update. We should do everything because we've selected a tile. We need to make sure that update gets in there too. Okay. Think that gets us back to runnable. Let's find out. Let's close that. We don't need that. Stop that. We don't need that. This. Oh, undefined operation. Down here. Operation response topic. Oh. Fat fingered that somewhere along the way. Still learning how to type again after I got a new keyboard, and it kind of drives me insane. Especially because I'm far enough along in learning the split keyboard that it's hard to go back to a regular keyboard too. So like, it's damn no matter what I do. Okay, they're expanded. That's not correct. And this doesn't correctly toggle because we need to update, I think. But we're close. Our new state stuff. True. I should probably pull this out, but it's fine for now until we know for sure that this is a step forward. And then same thing here. That was already true. Wait a second. That should be false. Because it's new. It's just been added. Now, they're collapsed. Okay, good. This on click isn't updating, which we can fix. And here. And then this needs to be that believe. Yes. Five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Fantastic. And I'm not seeing yieldy bug anymore either. Wait, was that one? Something was missing there. I was looking at the clicky next one. Okay. So that's still a thing. But it's so much better. And I'm not convinced that... Yeah, they're in there. They're just not showing. I'm not convinced that I'm not still calling things in a stupid way in other places, right? So let's double check that real quick. And we can also try re-adding that async lock. But we'll do this first. And also, I want to make sure that Yeah, that should be fine. This should be... I want to make sure that the styler confusion. I check for that elsewhere. This is clear, so this should still be form parent update. Ooh, actually. Clear selections. That should be form parent, but I think we need to update buttons here too. This we actually I don't think we need to do anymore. Let's see if that works correctly still. Our buttons were still missing there, but well, that ain't right. That ain't right at all. What do we got going on there? Was it this change? Hmm. Interesting. Because form parent should wrap both of those. Reset the text. Scroll it, delete the children, and update. Wait a second, why isn't it doing it now? Am I confused? Okay, we'll call that fine, I guess. Let's double check these now. Form parent update, buttons update. Form parent, connection table frame update. That's this. That's correct for a new connection. This is still set to frame. This should be connection table frame. Update that instead of the whole thing. Actually, I have access to that right here. We'll just do that. This is the tile updater, so that's probably fine. Buttons and form parent. All right, that is more better for that, I think. For the sake of getting the updating targeted on the things that are actually changing correctly. Seems to be behaving very well. Oh, here we go. I lost my bottom bar. My buttons, rather. There's still something with that, but that's fine. I probably just need to use a plan there, too. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look pretty good in regards to that. Just inspect this real quick. Connection table. That is not... It's not going inside of there. We probably want it to. So when we do the connection table frame, if we hang it off of W, which is this anonymous frame we just created in here, what does that do for me? I'm betting it passes the parent in behind the scenes. Not there. Inspect. Connection table. Connection 0. Now has a frame 0 inside of it, which is that entire entry. We can actually probably get rid of... Well, if we did that, then we'd need to style its wrapper box frame here, and that would be sort of confusing. So maybe it's fine to just have it like that. Maybe I'm okay with that. It looks correct, and that makes the code easier to read. So let's stay with that. Let's do this. What's going on there? Do... So using a plan for the connection, edit widgets, clean up the unused data or unused properties of the selected connection because they get built on the fly. We don't need to track them. Okay. Now, let's go look at button bar. And with the there we go. I have successfully ingested my dinner. How goes? Pretty well, actually. So I pulled all the properties out that we don't need anymore, because everything gets kind of wrapped up into the widget, right? And we can let the widget drive itself. So we just have the, we just create a state, and we just do a new connection in case of a new connection, or, you know, if we have it, then we have it. And we just append it to the list. We call update on form parent, which will update all of the children, which will end up running our plan again. The plan goes through and puts everything together. And so far, I've lost the bottom bar a couple times, but the button bar probably needs to drive off of a plan too. But it's been, other than that missing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. What are we missing? Missing northeast. No, northeast is down here. North, southeast, we're missing. North, southeast, west. West, southwest. Northwest. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Northwest. North. Northeast. East. We're missing. Nope. East is there. Southeast. Southeast has gone missing. But there we go. That's fine, because I'm not entirely certain that we don't have other things that are still messed up, right? Button bar we'll need to fix up. This probably needs to use a plan. Set state that. This is only one styler for that. That's correct. Drat. I mean, it's so much better. And like, it's easier to think about too. So it's forward progress. I've committed it. I'm happy. I'm so glad you called that out, because I've been, you know, reading the docs. It's like, okay, to do this, you put a styler in, rather, and I didn't even stop to think about it was adding a function, right? So I need to go through everything and check that. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Mini drat? Yeah, I'll go with the mini drat. Just a very, very a dratet. a Dretchen for the Germans. But it's hard to be too mad about it, because it's forward progress, right? It's better. Button container. You get the apply button where appropriate. We give you an on click. We set you based on has children. Glad I could be of help. Sometimes it's worthwhile to get a second set of eyes on things, just as a basic sanity check. Yes. Especially, I find that when I'm streaming, like, there's other things, even if I'm not directly focused on them, there's other things in my headspace. Like, I'm trying to keep track of stream stuff. I'm trying to keep track of chat, because, like, without chat, none of this makes any sense, right? You all are super valuable. So there's all this other stuff, And I make silly mistakes that I don't normally make all the time because I'm on stream. And so to have somebody else there to question that is super valuable. It's like another layer of dumb on top of already dumb little mistakes that I make as a human, you know? That's actually kind of part of why I wanted to start streaming. One, because like maybe it's interesting and let's just see, you know. The other part though is I wanted to get better at coding in front of people, because in interviews it was always really, really hard for me to kind of set aside the everybody is watching sort of feeling and just write stuff. So I was like, maybe, you know, I'll explore it. I'll see what happens. Maybe it just helps me interview better. Or maybe it's just cool to do, you know, and it is cool to do, but it's probably helping. I don't know for sure, but you know, I feel less self-conscious. I know what that's like, although I don't stream myself. It's like I become incapable of entering my password if a colleague is watching what I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's weird how that, like when I'm interviewing, I know in my head intellectually that the interviewer has nothing to do today but watch 100 of these or however many, right? That's what they have resigned themselves to. But there was always that feeling of like, I'm taking too long. I'm wasting somebody's time because like, this is not a team effort sort of thing. I just need to write this thing quick, you know? And I always felt like that pressure of I'm wasting everyone's time while I was doing them. In addition to just, yeah, being watched, making you incompetent. At least me anyway. Let's see here. So we set that up. We defer the unsubscribe. Then we go through here. If it's delete, then we send a delete. We dispatch the message. Just the awareness that someone is watching makes me a worse typist and confused by simple problems. Absolutely. Yeah. And it was absolutely still the case when I first started streaming. It hasn't been that long. It's been, I think January was I started. But just like exposure therapy, right? Where like I spent the first couple like, but now it's reduced a lot. I still have like moments when I'm brain farting over something. There's that little voice in the back of my head that says, everybody thinks you're an idiot now. I don't know if that'll ever go away, but what can we do, you know? A snack by the error stops so errors aren't eaten right. Yes. I don't think we have any wonky stylers in here so far. On click, refresh. And this just essentially throws away our old data. We run the update, pull in whatever the current state is, which will run us back through this after we clear it. I have similar for public speaking. I enjoy doing it if it's occasional, not too often, but the 5 minutes leading up to the start of it are horrible. Yes. I still get a little bit of that before a stream. It used to be way worse, where I was just like, I don't know if I can do this today. Like, I just get that dread in your chest, you know? I was just like, boy. But it's slowly gotten less, a little bit. And it probably helps that I can't see you, like, in front of me, all looking at me, staring me down. I suspect that I'd still get stage fright for public speaking. I try to avoid that. I'm really not a I'm not an extrovert. I'm very introverted. So this is super outside of my comfort zone, which is also another kind of reason to do it, right? I don't think I was done up here. Let me double check. Connection data, connection update data. So we create the transit data. We append you. This is set select the tile. That's where I was. I have been interested in trying that mainly because it would make me a bit more consistent with my hobby projects. Yeah, absolutely. I think that for anyone who's curious about trying anything like that, like if you have that interest, the answer is yes, you should try it. You know, be that streaming, be that making a game, be that making or visiting a place or whatever. You know, one I get a lot because I'm a nomad is people say, "Oh, well, that's really cool. I would love to do that someday." Then do it. Like, yeah, there's a lot of unknowns. You don't know if it's for you yet, but if you want to, then you should try it. And if you don't want it, to keep doing it. That's fine. Like you tried the thing, you know. It was a thing that you experienced, and I tried it, and it's not for me. Is always better than, well, I wish I would have, you know. That's what I said when I wanted to try my hand at creative writing. Glad that I did that. Yeah, absolutely. And you just fire the snacky bar if it's appropriate. This is invisible if but we don't lose this. We don't ever lose just one button. And this appears to be correct to where it only has one styler. That sets its state conditionally. And we should always have these other two. I think. No, that's right. There's no if it doesn't have any children, then it is invisible. Because there shouldn't be a data bar if this doesn't have children, but I guess this could be a problem, maybe. When would that be the case? We've got form parent update, buttons update. Tile. Form parent update, buttons update. Which should theoretically rerun that. But let's also check. We got one style there. Only got one style there for the parent. That just yanks out our deleted stuff. And then we set select connections to that, and then we rebuild it. Same with tile here. We filter into deleted, update the tile. We set selected tile, which will go through, do these. And then there's no wonky anything there. I guess we can try just for the sake of argument, because like this doesn't really seem like a plan, because we just build it and we set these states as appropriate in here in a styler that's only one. So that's probably fine. The thing that gets confused is that this, I guess we could do, we could comment this out, but we could also try locking and unlocking. Just for fun. Must be building again. It's taking its sweet time to do that, that's for sure. I bet you I deadlocked it because this gets run. Hmm. Maybe that is a smoking gun that says there's some contention there. Where else would it be? Button says button container. Let's go to clear here and set selected here. Form parent update, buttons update. That would hide them for sure. Which is correct if we're just clearing. But then we come back in and we say, hey, set a selected connection or a tile, either way. Refresh, set. Let's do updates and clear. That's correct. Updates and set selected. Updates and set selected tile. And here. There's very few places that it actually gets updated. And if form parent was nil, this should fall over, which we probably want to guard against, but I don't suspect that's going to fix the issue, but it is a good thing to check. And then we got 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 6 of those. Okay, so that's fine. We still got something going on. What if we went the other way with this and said that in cases where we get both of these going on, we just do update the whole thing. Yeah, we'll comment them for now. It's fine. No, we won't, because then it'll be that. That's a different kind of update. You can probably still just update the containers on these on clicks, but Connection table frame. Oh. This should be this. What did we call you? We don't even have you. That might be a problem. I left you out after we threw away some of the old stuff that wasn't working. Connection table frame. We will also do that. Frame. It's a tile. It's frame. Those are inside the widget. This is just a connection table because we've added a new connection table handler. Update on the frame. Okay, let's see. If that's still a problem that we can duplicate. Yes, it is. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 though. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're missing one still. Okay. So no change to that, but let's go ahead and roll that back. This can stay. That can stay. Pretty sure I like the updating the things that only should be changed better. But, you know, that could stay. Okay, we should still see the problem. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, you know what? It should be frame as an update. Well, it's getting late over here. My supply of Z's is getting kind of low. Better go make some more. I'll catch you next one. See how this goes. Awesome. Yeah. Sleep well. We'll catch you Friday is the next stream, unless I jump on and try some experimental stuff. May or may not. We'll see. I bet you I do want to do frame because if the buttons get updated, they might be set to visible, but the parent might not rebuild, right? Or update itself. And then this. I might want this to also call update after it rebuilds. Well, no, because something should be calling this, right? And that would end up being circular. We don't want that. That one's probably fine still. I still think these are only... the form container. No, actually, this should be... that. Because it needs to be rebuilt. Actually, that's an interesting point. Yeah, okay, we skip it here. Right, correct. That is good. But... right, because we don't actually apply the changes until somebody clicks apply, which is where we do in here. We do the deletes and don't actually remove that yet. But it would get on the update. Filter deleted connections. Yeah, okay. So this filters them out when we refresh. So that's fine, I think. It might be wonky in the UI though. We'll have to look. Update that. Okay. Yeah, that does correctly update here, so that's fine. And if I cancel, they all come back. So that's still good. It's just that guy. And occasionally one of the things and the button to add a new one. There's no errors when that happens. What would be... This is all in the on clicks. Actually, what I should do is make sure that these are present over here. I'm sure they are, but you know, seeing is believing. So frame 2, and then invisible is not set. And then, yeah, you refresh and you're there as you should be. Maybe... Maybe it's not a good idea to... Oh yeah, we want to clear that because... the, in the case of deselecting, we really do want that to be everything cleared out. Hmm. Where would this be getting? Where would be failing to update? Go through the connections. We built this. Probably collapse this into one, but I think that would fix our issue. That at the end of it all, we run update. We shouldn't be in a separate go routine, though. Oh. We are up here. That would definitely be a place. Might even be able to just get away with well, no, because this doesn't defer, or this doesn't return. We could do maybe wrap the whole thing. This is inside the 4, right? So down here. And then pull these out of here. Not sure that that's going to play nice with this, but give it a shot. All right, that's very broken. Oh. It would be good if I removed all of the locks. There we go. Try that again. I think that was it. Bye, George. Wonder what sort of like sync magic occurs in the framework that, yeah, I haven't been able to get this to do it once. Huh. Okay. I'll take it. All right. That. We need to make sure that this is still happy with, let's see here, we delete traditional sacrifice of 3-2 to 4-2. This, that. Seems good. All right, awesome. I don't know how else I would do this if not async for handling the signals, though, so... It's probably just got to be the way it'd be. All right, let's do this. Guard, or rather, put async lock in place in the run go routine so we don't break stuff with races. Race conditions. All right, now. I want to make sure that we check these. That'll be our last task for today. I want to make sure that we check this for incorrect styler in an on-click. What I should do is just do search for on-click Oh. What? There's got to be on-clicks in here. Oh, right. They got put into, right, the child widgets. That's why. That makes more sense. It's very possible. There's no on-clicks in here. They all live. Get this cleaned up here. Map widget, room tile, and connection tile. We can just do... Here we go. We call the on-click that's provided updater. There's no style in there. Good. Same deal. We call the provided on-click here, which are the handlers here. So as long as our stylers here aren't boogered, I think we're okay. I think we're good there. Connection handler's a little bit more complicated, I believe. I still think we're good there. Okay. So it looks like I was accidentally doing things correctly. It was just in here. And let's double check. We've been through that, the button stuff, pretty thoroughly. State collapsed, call an update. Toggle the states, call an update. Handler. Right, because that's correct. We just register the handler. Yeah, I think we're good there. Awesome. Okay. That's less work than I thought. So what we can do is kind of plot a little bit what we want to do. So let me go back to review. So multiple snack bars has been nixed as a thing because the spec says no on that. And they did say that they could add it, but it'd be low priority. Which is totally legit. Like if the spec says no, then like why would it be high priority to break the spec, right? It's common in the wild. I'm pretty sure I've seen lots of that, but so we'll have to think of our own thing to do there. And I forget now what the idea was. I think that was for the different edits happening, right? Yeah. We can come up with our own thing for that, I'm pretty sure. They didn't respond yet on modal inside of just one frame. So that remains an outstanding thing. The what was the thing we were waiting on? Still need the UI prompt and cancel. That's kind of the same thing. They put it in the wrong place. Ah, yes, I did. This should be in bugs. Lingering focused highlighting of a map tile when deselecting connection. Because we have that, and then if I deselect, you don't get. It's basically you just stay selected forever, and we were trying to get focused to clear, right? And I guess we could probably put it here, right? But button could I just do that? Forget where we wound up looking for trying to get signals in that overrode things. Oop, that broke. It broke in. It broke right here. Oh, I put it right after I just nilled it. Silly, silly mongoose. No wonder it has a nil reference. There and here, and then escape. No, you're still. That should be that, for one. Getting tired, making silly mistakes. It's almost that time. Still set that. Let's inspect you. There, and 20 something? No. 40 something? Still no. 60, 50, 65, 72. That's who you are. Style. None of that is set. It's not focused, I think. Or was it focused? That should be false. Oh, it's because... Well, no, because if we click off and back on, it would run through here, which would clear the selections. Select is false. Focused is false. What if we went to the room tile and just said that in here, set abilities, false, abilities dot focusable. Right. I think we didn't been down this road. Break stuff. And then escape doesn't work. Right. This is where we got there, I think. Because escape no longer worked. Because we came in here and then we could say, we can fix this pretty easy. That's fine. Because for whatever reason that breaks the styling, which whatever. It was in here. So what we need to do is, per them to work around this bug, when we do the body, set focus quiet. Then this, no, escape still doesn't work. We would need to maybe, oh, it's because on first, I think. Well, this would be... maybe. Worried that this won't actually catch if this isn't focused. So we'd have to do something else. Yeah. Because that's where this is set. What if over here... this is exactly where we were. We probably don't even want it here, but for now we'll test it. That. And if I'm over here, click E fires. So, what if instead of this being over here, what if it was on map widget? And its parent frame. Would that still work? It does. So... let's get this out of here and roll this back just because we'll leave it. Can I... what if I just do that? Would that be sufficient to unfocus the oldie button? That'll do it on the any key right now, but that's fine for just a second. Here, there, escape. Whoa! Focus that instead. Huh. What if it's not quiet? Or the first item within it that can be focused. We would need to say... we probably need to give you the ability to be focused. Okay. That I don't want. Can I get focus? Like, what is focused and then clear it? States. We could do that. But... I feel like this is the same bunny trail we ended up down last time. Let's do this also really quick, just for... set state, false, states dot focused. And then we call update on it. There, here. No. And because this calls this has got to be kind of where it is, right? But we were trying to... Okay, yeah. That's right. We were trying to send this signal. Okay, so maybe if we just do this, take you out, we'll take you out, and then in the map widget, up here, on this, this has to go after we have a map widget. With a broker. Well, I guess it doesn't. We can just do broker. And keep it up tidy here. And this is going to be an on first. That. And then up here, focus quiet. I don't know if... because focus will get stolen, but that's where we were trying to... Here... Set abilities, false, focusable, display pixel, sure, why not? I'll have to do the same thing, I think, with the... Ah! Might not even have to do the same thing with the room tiles, because... or the connection tiles, rather, sorry. They might not be focusable. I don't know, let's check real quick. Connection tile. Yeah, they didn't ever get set to focusable. It's only we had to clear the room tile because we used the default button type. Question becomes, if we are then over here... Okay, yeah, still good. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. That's not good. If we're in there, then that has focus. Ah, crap. And it doesn't work. Okay. So we just gotta wait for a fix on that bug, basically. Which is, I mean, it's not by any means the end of the world, right? Let's just check that. let's do one last thing before we call it a day. We'll go over to the repro project, and we'll do here. We'll actually, before we do that, set focus quiet. We'll validate that we see the same correct behavior, which we should, like we just tested that, right? We see hello world. We hit a key, we see events. Lots of event. Fantastic. But if we do new text field, parent of B, set placeholder, focus me, please. And then we still capture events here. Oh, I should rerun that. So we still do see events there. That's bizarre. Oh, I wonder, maybe it's because it's in a split. Maybe that's why. Event. All right. Well, I'll have to dig into that more later. Right now, it's time for me to do other things. So, thank you so very much to everybody who swung through today. Like I was saying earlier, Friday will be the next day of the stream, so I'd love to see you again. Hey, and if not, then we'll see you some other time. In the meantime, I hope you all have a fantastic week. And if I get up to a couple of experimental streams, then just keep an eye out. We'll see. I'll try. No promise.